Okay, estamos.
You guys can also use it.
Yes, because it's not working. So, no, that's fine.
Voy
That's fine.
a presentar, como te dije, María, un segundo. ¿Estás
Gracias.
lista? Ok. Entonces, pues nada, muchas gracias por acompañarnos en esta transmisión especial de Bestias Proposicionales. Cedo la palabra a la doctora María del Rosario Martínez Ordaz. Adelante, María. Necesito reactivar tu audio.
So now you can hear me, right, Gabriel?
Perfect.
Good. So thank you everybody for being here for the Batens Symposium. We are extremely happy to have this as part of the World Congress of Paraconsistency, and we are very thankful to the university for lending us this venue. As I said at the beginning, this is very difficult for them because it's a special place for researchers in history and sociology and anthropology that work in Oaxaca, and they are not working today because we are here. So we thank the university, and we are also very happy because Diederik is going to be 80 this year, and we decided to start celebrating earlier his birthday and his work for all these years. So today he's going to give us a very quick introduction to adaptive logic, so those that are not so familiarized with them can catch up something, and then we are going to move to the talks of the symposium. So Diederik, thank you very much. Happy birthday, and every birthday.
Thank you, Marie. I tried to make it short, but I don't care to be interrupted. If you want to interrupt, feel free. So I'm eager to hear what other people will say, of course, in the symposium.
Maria, does this one work? No, that's the one. That doesn't work.
And I have the plans.
Yeah, maybe we can look. Yeah.
So I put this on the internet. There is a version of it, but I put the present one on my homepage. And you can always find it if you remember my name. Good, so this thing really started with a psychologist of the Dutch-speaking Free University of Brussels. His name was the Waal, which is like funny because it means the balloon. It's slightly dialectical form of the Waal, like Frans de Waal, the primate specialist from the Netherlands, is the same name, but with an E in the end is a slightly dialectical form. So he was a rather interested man, and he hoped to approach dynamics in science with the help of dialectics and so contradictions. He formed a little group with Leo Apostel that was of the same age, and then Jean-Paul van Mendegem, Werner Callebaut, who unfortunately died a number of years ago. He worked in the Max Planck Institute in Vienna for the last 20 years of his life. Then there was me, and then there were two members of parliament, namely Ernest Mandel, who was the leader of the Trotskyist party in Belgium. He was like the only member of parliament of the Trotskyist party. And then Van Geit, who was the leader of the Russian Communist Party, the traditional Russian Communist Party. He was very typically the only representative of the party in the parliament. So whenever he opened his mouth, he split up what he wanted to say, said half of it in Dutch, and then the rest in French. That's a kind of tradition. There is no representative of the Maoist party because we have another communist party that is at this moment rather popular. So as I had written a paper, and it was in print in those days, because this is around, I said, late 70s, the paper I had, the paper that finally published in 1980, and this was on paraconsistent logic. The result was that I got to study dialectics in logic, remembering that the whole thing should refer to dynamics. So, and then by the same time, Graham, together with Richard Radley and Jane Norman, were putting together a first book on paraconsistent logic. They edited a book on paraconsistent logic, and Graham asked me for a contribution. So as I was rather happy with the results of this paper I wrote in Dutch for this group, I translated it to English and sent it to Graham. And then they published it in this black book, which appeared only a bit later. There was a German publisher, that took quite a while, and then even went bankrupt over it. So paraconsistent logic, in a sense, sometimes lead to disasters. Okay, so I got three kind of reactions to that paper. On the one hand, we had an assistant in our group in Ghent, and he got the idea to adjust this notion of inconsistency adaptive logics, to adjust it to ambiguity adaptive logic. So instead of having contradictions as the abnormalities, he had ambiguities as an abnormality. Ambiguity meaning that two occurrences of the same term in a text have two different meanings. And then you try to minimize this. You try to only have them different meanings when the premises require so, or when the text, you could say, a bit more loosely requires so. In the same period, I really don't remember who was first, but Yoko was trying to convince me that abduction, the reasoning that lead to abductions, has exactly the same structure as the reasoning that was behind my inconsistency adaptive logics. And then there was a reaction by Graham when he published his minimal LP in Studia Logica. It's a bit different. It's different from adaptive logics in the sense that adaptive logics are very typically syntactic things. The idea is syntactic. I was raised as a nominalist by Leo Apostel that I mentioned before. So Leo was a student of Carnap at some point. So this was why, for me, models are rather awkward things for me. Good. So now what the result of all this was that when Guido's paper was published in Logique Analyse, it turned out that he actually simply almost copied my proofs, but adjusted them to ambiguity. Whenever I refer to inconsistency, Guido referred to ambiguity. And then there was yoga pushing, and that led to the idea of devising something I call the standard format of adaptive logics. The idea is that you define an adaptive logic by three entities: a lower limit logic, a set of abnormalities that is characterized by a logical form, and then a so-called strategy. The strategy, well, there are a few ways to minimize abnormalities. There are a few different ways that give different results. and so they have different names. And when the standard format was devised, from then on I considered adaptive logics as a means to formally represent methods. Abduction is one case, but then I have there was a fastschrift for Theo Kuipers, and I wrote up a first paper on induction, inductive generalization, as characterized by an adaptive logic, and it gave a quite rich set of methods that you could define by it. And then later I worked that further out in a conference in Campinas for Newton da Costa's. Another birthday, Newton became so old in the end that he had so many birthdays. And usually, whenever he had a round birthday, like 70 or 80 or 90, then like 5 or 10 years later, there would be a conference for this birthday. So I got to know Brazil in this way. So I still stick to the idea that in principle, adaptive logic should be able to characterize formally any method. So it's always difficult whenever there is a World Congress on Paraconsistency. Of course, that's okay for this 1980 paper that I mentioned, but I'm always a bit ambiguous because most of what I did, and as you will see in a minute, is related to adaptive logics and not necessarily to inconsistency adaptive logics. These are just a small fragment of it. So now I have a kind of survey. First, there are ampliative adaptive logics. That is. Sorry, first there are these corrective adaptive logics. That means that the abnormalities are formulas that are false in classical logic. I define this with respect to classical logic for historical reasons. Well, because classical logic was so popular when I was a boy, that's still in teaching, the first thing you get is adaptive logic. Sorry, is classical logic. Even Anderson and Belknap's first freshman course is on classical logic. So, but I'm sure that for somebody like Graham, and I have a couple of times written this, if LP is your standard, then some logics that I now consider as corrective will be ampliative and vice versa.
We have 10 more minutes.
Okay. So now I'm going rather quick here. So you can later look at this in on the web if you want to see it. Then some meta theory was added because the interesting thing is with the standard format, you have this triple and you characterize that you characterize and adaptive logic by triple means. Once you have the triple, you can derive what are the rules of inference of your logic. Then what is the marking definition? Because some lines will be marked in view of later lines. And that when a line is marked, that means that the formula of that line derived at that line is not considered as derivable anymore because the line has been marked. And well, there are a number of, there is quite a few meta theory like soundness, completeness, all this is defined generically. It means as soon as you characterize your adaptive logic by this triple, you have a completeness proof, you have a soundness proof, and so on and so on. all this has been published. So later on in the file, you will see the real bibliography with the correct references. Here are just numbers, of course. So then a number of applications have been worked out. For example, scientific discovery and creativity, that was actually the topic of Joke's PhD. Then scientific dynamics. I quickly try to see whether scientific explanation. Okay. Diagnosis was one of the very early papers. Then changing positions and discussions is perhaps worth to consider a meeting where some people say things and other people reply. Then sometimes a person may say, okay, I withdraw this or that from what I said, but it doesn't mean that this person withdraws everything that is he or she said. So it's a quite complicated thing to reconstruct what happened exactly and what the position of a person is. Adaptive logic gives you a means to characterize this, but it can be quite complicated to calculate what the position of a person is, but the characterization is there. Then some, especially the Polish people, will remember that Andrzej Wisniewski has done a lot of work on questions, question evocation and question implications between questions. Since Joke has been with Andrzej for a couple of months, at least. Sorry?
Visiting him in yes, I've been visiting him. Thank you for the clarification.
This was in Poznan, I think. So she found a means to characterize what he needed in terms of adaptive logics. And then this inductive statistical explanation has hundreds of methods. I remember that even Newton da Costa, when I entered to the following set of methods, looked like, is he going completely crazy or what?
I think we have 5 more minutes.
Okay. So these are some more explanations, applications. I will not. And then something for me, something very funny happened. Namely, I found out that although these adaptive logics are meant to formally characterize methods, it turns out that you can also use them sensibly as the underlying logic of a method. Sorry, as the underlying logic of a theory. That means you have your theory, and as the underlying logic, normally you would expect a deductive logic, but you can also take an adaptive logic. For example, adaptive piano arithmetic disappeared 2 years ago in Studia Logica. And adaptive Frege and set theory appeared a bit earlier in a fastschrift for Jean-Paul van Bendegem, actually, who was my first PhD student, for those that know him. Okay, so I will not go on commenting. People interested can have a look, and then you find. So these are some results in the same vein or that came along aside as the research proceeded. For example, even to remove a theory from a knowledge system is not a simple thing, as you will imagine if you think about it for a minute. And then these are the real references. But I will put it all on my homepage.
If you give me the slides, if you allow me, I can put it on the website of this Batens Symposium.
Sure. Any form of propaganda is okay for me.
Perfect. Thank you, Diederik. You want to say something?
Well, I'm glad I'm here. I've been in Ciudad de Mexico several times, but never here. So I'm glad I'm finally here. I know that Maria was born here. This is a very special city.
Well, not especially here, but yeah, in the city. Thank you, Diederik. So another round of applause, please. So, anyone have questions? Today is not a day of objections against Batens' ideas, so objections not, but endorsements, nothing? Yes, Natalia.
Well, thanks. This is of course impressive body of work. I have a question about the Freudian set theory. In that, well, Freud didn't, as you know, didn't have a set theory, had sacral logic and concepts and extensions. So in what way are you considering the theory as a set theory, and why, in what ways is it Freudian?
Yeah, well, I think
I'll hold it. You hold it.
I think that Richard Rowley actually and Graham used the word set theory in that respect, and probably they are not the only ones. So because, well, you have the Russell set is clearly something that comes from Frege's set theory, right?
Well, when it comes to the extension of concepts,
Yeah.
which is different, because in a way, if you were set theory, then the whole logicist approach would go backward, right? You need a piece of mathematics to express arithmetic. And it was very important that this is something that comes from logic, so it's predication rather than set membership. So, in a way, it's not here, not there, right? It's called, it's just that I think those are different philosophical motivations.
Yeah, well, I sent it to Studia Logica a number of years ago, and I was lucky not to have you as one of the referees.
I don't know.
I accept no objections.
It's not an objection, it's clarification.
Anybody else have a question, a comment? Well, we will.
Okay, so it's not an objection, but it's more specifically a question on what we think logic is, right? So so here's what I'm thinking of, right? So sometimes people think that logic is about the logical consequence relation, right? So for there to be a logic, for there to be some privileged logical consequence relation, we can take that syntactically or semantically. And then, but they are not thinking of logic as a study of methods. And we think of adaptive logic as a study of methods of reasoning. And so, what do you think is in what sense is adaptive logic or logic?
Yeah, okay. So I think if you push that it's about consequence, then I think that's what you get with deductive logics. So these have the three typical Tarski properties, whereas adaptive logics are non-monotonic and are only cautiously transitive and a number of other things. So they have certain restrictions. But I don't care so much about this word because there was a period that people attacked me by saying it's not a logic. So I told them, okay, I'll call it a jigsaw.
Thank you.
Okay, you said that you started your philosophical and logical life worrying about dialectics. Okay. I don't think you've ever talked about dialectics. I don't think you've ever written about dialectics. Do you see some connection between adaptive logic and Marxist Hegelian dialectics?
Yes, so my teacher, Leo Apostol, promoter of my thesis, has started before me to get interesting in paraconsistent logic. So typical for him, he collected every paper he could find and made photocopies of it. And that's at some point, he gave it all. I asked, can you give it all to me? Because I stopped working on it. And for one of the books published for Leo, I explicitly wrote the relation between adaptive logics, and I can send you this if you want.
Please,
The relation between adaptive logics and dialectics, yes. But I've always tried to keep logic as something neutral. That's because, well, I started about that time I started teaching, and I think it's not a good idea if you, at least not in the position I was at that moment, to bring in a logic course any political views. I would rather, I think, would have rather a counter effect in Belgium in those days, because this was the period that the wall fell, remember, and so on. So for many people, I've always told them my views. I've never denied that I had some sympathies for, that I had, for example, more sympathies for socialism than for liberalism, and that I'm an atheist, and so on and so on. But I've never tried to convince students to share my views in that respect. I've just mentioned a number of things about myself.
Thank you, Diederik. Any more questions? We have room for a quick one. Not? Then I'm going to take advantage of the privilege. Diederik, you mentioned the relation between adaptive logics and science as cases of application. But I have the impression from reading your work on epistemology and other philosophy of science things that actually science is more a motivation than just an application of adaptive logic. So I wanted to know what you think about it and whether you think I'm misreading you.
No, but I think it's adaptive logic give you the possibility of give people the possibility to express things in a precise way. For example, if you try to get to understand Popper's views in terms of an adaptive logic, you see that it is very ambiguous still and very unclear what belongs to it and what not. So I also think adaptive logics will offer more precision in this way than because, well, when as a student for my MA, I started working on Popper's and Carnap's views on inductive logic. Of course, Popper denied to have anything that there was something like an inductive logic. But well, Popper has said many things, not all very respectable. Okay.
Thank you, Diederik. Please, another round of applause. We're going to change to the Zoom meeting, so please, Bartolo can speak. Do you want to say?
Still want to say that I'm very eager to listen to the following lectures. Of course, Michelle is not. I'm especially curious for the lecture of Peter Vermeer, where is he's hiding that. And Zach Weber, who is not here, but Peter will give the lecture, because this is something I should add to this list now. Okay.
Thank you. Vivek, give us 1 minute, please. So, Vivek, wait a second. I think this chair will be more comfortable. So, wait, I'm going to change the chair. Are you sure? Okay. So, Luis, Luis, ¿están listos? Necesitamos el audio de ahí y we are going to move to the Zoom meeting so we can see the Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Luis.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, but we are waiting for the sound to be like everywhere.
Okay,
so
okay.
Because we are close, but
I'm going to be sharing my screen.
yes, can you share that?
Okay. Yes, give me.
Are you allowed to share them?
seconds.
That's the question.
Okay, let me see.
No, no puede. Tienes que hacerlo como anfitrión.
¿Puedes? Yo soy quien tiene el
Tú
poder.
eres, sí.
Muy bien.
Del lado derecho de su nombre tiene que aparecerte una pestaña donde dice
Yeah,
más.
no, I have allowed him to. Ya lo aprobé
Ok,
para que
perfecto.
comparta. Gracias.
Okay. Now, can you see my screen?
Yes, let me, we are going to turn our camera off. And tú sigue hablando hasta que te oigamos.
Okay. I'm going to be
Voy a
speaking.
apagar nuestro micrófono.
Sure. Okay, okay. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hello, hello. Can you hear me well now?
Luis, habla sin parar
Hello.
para que podamos saber.
Okay, okay. I'm going to try to improvise something there. Okay, I'm going to try. I am speaking continuously in order to be able to know if you can hear me. So I am saying anything at all.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. I just listened to some feedback. I mean,
Yes, I cannot talk
Yes.
if you're talking. So give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes, you, and then.
Okay. So, can I start now?
No, espera.
Okay, okay. You let me know.
With you before Luis Bartolo.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Thanks a lot for having me in this very important event. I don't only mean, of course, this edition of the World Congress of Paraconsistency, but particularly this Batens Symposium. I have had the privilege to not only to know Batens, to know Diderik as an author, but also even if for some days as a person, and it's for me a great honor to be able to present here. So the exception that was made in allowing me to present online is deeply appreciated by me. And today I'm going to speak about logical contextualism in the sense that I understand that Batens defends contextualism and logical relativism. and I will try to discuss to what extent can we say that contextualism used by Batens can also be characterized as relativistic. So the aims of this talk are three, basically. First, trying to propose a definition of logical relativism, distinguish between, we are going to see why in a moment, between what is a system of logic and what is a theory of logic, which will be useful to understand the difference between contextualism and relativism, and characterize Batens' contextualist theory of logic and compare it to logical relativism as I will define it. So I will do this in 3 steps. The first one, first let's give a very big definition of what is relativism. Let's take Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy as a help. So relativism is the view that notions such as truth, falsity, right, wrong, beauty, and ugly, standards of reason, validity, etc., are products of different conventions, my emphasis on conventions, and frameworks of assessment. And their authority is confined to the context giving rise to them. And consider the words context and conventions here, which are very important to understand the possible connection between relativism and contextualism. Now, the idea is that whereas normal or non-relativistic, perhaps not normal, but non-relativistic statements just state, for example, the truth or the validity or correctness of something, a relativistic statement would say that this is only possible with relation to a given framework, context, domain, etc., etc. Of course, the problem is that this notion is a bit too wide, and there is not a very good convention or an unanimous convention about what relativism should be, how we should understand relativism in general in philosophy and in logic. But let's going to try to approach a definition and that could make sense. Now, having said something about relativism, now let's try to understand what contextualism is. I deeply regret that that I cannot go into details about what Batens said in each of his writings, and I'm not going to back up everything I'm going to say about Batens' views with something he said in a given text, but these are the 4 sources I'm mostly using. Very important papers which he published, especially in the 80s and the early 90s. And the basic idea about and something important to say is that I am not so much interested, since Diderot is there, in properly capturing his ideas as he presented them in earlier papers, but in knowing what he thinks today. So if I have made up some mistake, if there is some view that you no longer hold, Diderot, please feel free to update me. So contextualism, as Diderot says in some writing in the Against Global Paraconsistency, a criticism to Graham Priest, by the way, it says that we do not depend on a fixed global system, but we set up a specific context whenever we meet a problem. So problems are solved context dependently. And in other words, we do not and perhaps cannot dispose of some unified system providing the best approach for each problem, but specific systems are necessary for at least some specific contexts. So what would be logical contextualism, that is contextualism about logic? Well, one way in which Diderot puts it is that there is not such a thing as the correct logic, but logical rules can vary depending on the context in which they are used. And logical contextualism seems to entail, and this is my remark, that each context has its own inferential rules and its own appropriate logical system, which means that logic is context-specific or domain-specific or even topic-specific. I'm going to treat these 3 ideas in an equivalent way. But maybe it's important to make some distinction. Now, when we speak about relativism in logic, there are at least two things that there are two versions of it, only one of which is interesting to us. One is ethnological relativism about logic, which is simply the observation that societies with different cultures have also specifically different logics. This is related to ideas by Lévi-Rule, which were commented by some authors such as Locke. But the idea is that there are societies which think or reason differently, and that different system or rules of logic are representative of their reason. This is just an anthropological remark, which is not related to the validity or possible validity of those rules. So just because different cultures have different conception about logic, whether that is true or not, is not necessarily relevant to understand whether those systems have some kind of validity. Now, philosophical, or if you want, proper philosophical relativism is the view that the validity of logical rules is relative to some reference framework. This is the case, for example, that when we say that some rule, like this rule of explosion from A and not A follows B, whatever the B and A, is valid, but we do it with respect to some logical system. And that system has to be explosive. If it's quite consistent, this rule is not going to be valid. Now, so one way in which relativism about logic could be construed is, according to Shapiro, in the view by Beal and Restel, which they characterize as logical pluralistic. Basically, the idea is just summarizing that we have like a conception of validity, which is valid in some specific cases, and changing the case could mean changing the conception of validity. And Shapiro says that this is some form of relativism, but Beal and Restel say it is not, because they make a distinction between subscribing relativity to a relational logical consequence, or I would say instead in terms of a logical system of logic, that is a mathematical formalism to represent rules of inference, and relativism about logic proper, which is the larger idea that we have about how a system or a set of systems of logic should be used.
You have just 10 more minutes.
Sorry?
10 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so Shapiro doesn't exactly disagree with Beal and Restel, by the way, because he says this is just a terminological disagreement. I call it relativism, and they call it just pluralism, which is non-relativistic. But that part of the disagreement is, but the apparent disagreement is important too, because Beal and Restel make a distinction between being pluralistic, as I said, about logical consequences or about logical systems, and being pluralistic about logic itself. And the idea is that logical consequence might work in a relative fashion, but the theory about how that relativity of logical consequence work doesn't need to be relative itself. It's like we can have a logic which is paraconsistent, but the meta theory doesn't have to be paraconsistent, could be classical, as Diderich has remarked in many papers. For instance, Einstein, this is perhaps not the best example, but it gives you a good idea. Einstein's theory of relativity, or invarianza, as he also called it, says that simultaneity and sameness are relative to reference frames. But the laws expressing that relativity are constant and universal. So the theory itself of relativity is not relative in that sense. So it's important that if we want to follow this distinction made by Beal and Restel, pluralism and relativism are not to be conflated, because relativism, unlike pluralism, entails the possible acceptance of mutually incompatible views, which in pluralism isn't necessarily the case. And this is also related to an important distinction between logic theories and logic and systems of logic made by Hjortland, in which basically the idea is that a mathematical structure, which is a logic system or a relation of logical consequence, can be applied for this or that purpose or for this or that context, but a theory of logic would be an account of how those systems have to be used. And so to summarize what we have said up to here is that pluralism, in pluralism we have, in contextualism and relativism we have some context dependence. We are going to see that in pluralism that depends. And that context dependence, we are going to ask whether it's related to the logical system or the logical theory, which is still an open question for contextualism, in Batens contextualism, I mean, in relativism. So now, basically, let's say we are going to introduce the concept of logic system compared to theory of logic. The idea is that logic system is simply a language, or at least I'm going to define it this way, and a relation of logical consequences. It's not so much important to go into the formalities here. There are examples of logic systems, which are explosive logic systems, paraconsistent logic systems, connexive, monotonic, and non-monotonic, and so forth. But these systems themselves say nothing about the context of application. The context of application cannot be enunciated by the system itself, but it has to be, because they are just mathematical systems, so it has to be done from some kind of meta theory. And that meta theory I'm going to propose is what we might call a theory of logic, following the distinction by Jotland, which I am trying to formalize a bit more here. And the idea is that a theory of logic, again, I'm not going to enter too much into the details, but you can check the slides later if you want. Yeah, I'm going to share them. Theory of logic implies having a set of logic systems, some translations between them, some contexts or topics which those systems are applied, and some relation specifying which contexts are applied to which logics or vice versa. And we can define monism as a position which is present in a theory of logic when there is only one system which is applied to all topics or contexts. And pluralism would be the opposite of that. Topic neutrality, or another important concept, is when any logic system which is applicable to some topic can be applied to any topic, and topic specificness means that there is more than one logic which can be applied to some topic. So, and this is to some extent contextualism, but there is more to Batens contextualism than just topic specificness. And there is also this notion of globalism, which is, I'm not going to enter too much into detail here, but the idea is that a theory of logic is globalist if either there is a topic or context, which is the most general context or topic, or there is a system which is the most general logic system. Idea which Diderot rejects because he's a non-globalist. There is a formal way to define this within my system, but I'm not going to go into details again. And so this is the part of the discussion, which is, I think I only have 5 minutes, so I think it's going to be enough. So how can we characterize Batens' conception of logic? Again, Diderot, if I am misrepresenting you or this is outdated, just let me know. But I think that it's basically pluralistic because he accepts more than one system of logic. It's context or topic specific because he accepts more. He considers that that logic can be adaptively applied to different contexts. And it is non-globalist in the sense that he doesn't consider a more general context or logic. So this helps us better understand the second row of our table before, which is that, yes, in logical contextualism, we have that context dependency exists with respect to logical systems. And in relativism, I have not justified this yet, but this depends, and I'm not going to have time to justify this, but it depends. At the end, I might say something about it. So, okay, so what about the theories of logic? What can we say about contextualism and the relativity with respect to the theory? Well, there is at least one argument why Batens contextualism cannot be considered relative or context-dependent regarding logical theories, and it's because it can be expressed as a, and this might be a contentious remark, but I think that Batens' idea can be expressed as a coherent logical theory, in the sense that it could be reconstructed as a monistic theory. Okay, Batens is not, Dietrich is probably not going to like what I've just said, but that it can be reconstructed as a monistic theory. That is an argument, by the way, which is made by Griffiths and Passau's book, One True Logic. I'm not going into details, but the idea is that it seems to me that Dietrich accepts that to each context there can be different logics that apply to different contexts, but it seems to me that he thinks that at most one such logic can be applied. And in this case, we can construct like let's say the composition of all of those logics of each of those contexts and try to have like a super logic. Now, I'm not sure if this is representative of Dietrich's theory, but if it is, we have that there is a possibility of saying that Dietrich's theory is not relativistic in any sensible sense of the word. Now, some theories which are context dependent are not don't establish that there has to be at most one logic which is valid by a context. I think that Ottavio Bueno clearly is against this idea. He thinks that there are some contexts for which more than one logic is applicable. And well, this is not so important. Thank you. I just was finished. So the idea is that in Batens contextualism, there is no context dependence with respect to logical theory, and there is in relativism. And why? The reason is that I would say that relativism should not be defined as the acceptance of at least two logic systems somewhat in different contexts or in not concepts. That would be a pluralism or topic-specific pluralism. What I rather propose is to define relativism as the acceptance of at least two logical theories, not two logical systems, but two logical theories. And they would be held as correct from different perspectives, which might not be mutually negotiable. And by the way, there is no reason why these two logical theories cannot be monistic, context neutral, and globalistic. So that said, I want to thank you all, and I'm ready for your questions there or remarks there.
So give me 1 moment. Danos un segundo, tenemos que bajar el volumen. ¿Me oyes bien, verdad? Ok. Ottavio te va a hacer una pregunta.
Thanks for the talk. It's really interesting. And it wasn't clear to me how exactly you're separating contextualism and relativism. Because if you think about relativism as something relative to a context, then it looks that we just ran together the two views. Why not think about relativism as a lack of sort of shared standards of evaluation, so that there is no independent fact of the matter as to something is right or wrong, and then leave contextualism as something restricted to a context, quite independently of issues of evaluation.
Thank you, Octavio. So the first thing I have to, can I speak? Okay. The first thing I would have to say is that we can define these terms in many ways because there is not an agreed upon definition between them. For example, Shapiro says something has a definition, Beat and Restel have another one. So I try to go to what, to me at least, is the most sensible way to do it. And to me is that in the case of relativism, the idea of not sharing standards and even something I didn't have time to say, but I think that there is something to the difficulty about translating between views, which is proper to relativism. I think that pluralism could have could accept several different views, but it has to some extent make sense of them all. It has to be able to incorporate them all. That means that there is some way to understand all of those views together, not at the same time maybe, but together. So in relativism, I think that the idea of having incommensurability is more likely. And that is why I prefer to say that relativism could be a property that could be stated about different theories. So relativism is about holding different theories of logic. That is, ideas or views about how logic should be used, how logic systems should be used. But pluralism and contextualism, I would say, is rather the idea of how some systems of logic can be used differently in different contexts. And in that case, you can have a coherent single theory about how those systems can be used. But in your case, in your kind of logical pluralism, as I understand it, there could be, and I leave open that possibility, at the same time, pluralism and relativism and all of that within a single view. But I would like to discuss that maybe in more depth when I read your book.
So thank you, Luis. Clap. Now it's don't be so louder. Thank you, Luis. We are going to take a break.
Thank you.
Half an hour and we come back. Okay? Gracias, Luis.
Voy a minimizar esto. Pues esto lo voy a cerrar, supongo, ¿no?
Y tiene PowerPoint, ¿no?
Ajá,
Sí, en esa computadora.
sí, pienso que sí.
Ok. ¿Ese será el mismo computadora del evento de esta tarde o no?
De ayer.
Ya, o no.
Yesterday.
No.
Today.
Hoy a la tarde.
Sí, puede ser
Pero ¿será el mismo computador o no? ¿Será el otro?
la otra. Todavía no
Ok,
estoy seguro.
Ok.
Ah, solo tiene una entrada.
Oh, ese aquí es para el
Ajá,
clic, ¿no?
ajá.
Puedes tirar este,
Sí,
pienso.
sí,
Porque
sí.
este es solamente para
Ok,
hacer la
ujú.
transferencia.
No, está minimizado.
Aquí está la otra. Hay que copiar la que dice verde y la dice friend. Por favor.
Ok.
Para hoy en la tarde, nosotros retornemos será una otra computadora.
Sí.
Sí, ok.
Ah,
Será realismo. Yeah.
ujú.
Um, oh, no, perdón.
Ujú.
No realismo, filmar.
Aquí.
Ya, filmar.
Changing.
Changing logic,
This.
de PowerPoint. Ya.
Ujú.
Si puedes copiar.
Sí.
eh,
Ah, ¿dónde lo copiamos?
Copiamos pela mesa, ¿no?
Ajá. Solo
Después puedes apagar de la computadora, por favor.
borrarlo.
Borrar.
Ujú. To delete
Ya, delete.
and delete.
Borrar.
Borrar.
Sí, si puedes borrar.
Después.
Sí, por favor.
Ujú. This one. It's not my computer, but I can do it. Copy and I use Mac, so I
me
don't
too.
know.
Let me try. I also use Mac. Yeah. I always have this trouble. So maybe if we can just carry like this, yeah.
But
So which one of these is the main one? Zoom tutorial, workplace.
on this PC maybe, but I don't know how this one. It's this one. Maybe we can.
Is this?
This is where they are open.
Okay. Let's see.
Maybe two.
Let's see. If I withdraw this, no.
Voy a preguntar.
¿No viene?
El dueño de la computadora. we both use Mac, so we don't know.
Oh, okay.
So we need
Yeah.
to.
Just copy this onto the computer.
Yeah.
It should be
Yeah, you can just throw it on the desktop.
a desktop. Okay.
Anywhere, it doesn't matter.
So
Okay.
let's go to desktop. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be there now. Good.
Yeah.
Let me open
Oh.
it before. Let's make sure that it's working.
Yeah.
Work here.
Oye, María de
Friend y verde.
¿Son dos?
Sí, son dos.
And then I just eject your.
Yeah.
So we can.
Just
You want me to do-
I want to just make sure it's working.
Yeah.
How do you?
Go full screen.
Because this, oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay, yeah, this one. Okay.
That should go. And- Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just try one thing. Right, okay, good.
We also have to.
And now we,
Ah,
now let's
yeah.
get this
Gotta
out.
check that, yeah.
We check this one.
Just-
And if you could delete afterwards.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate that.
Here, no, this one, we have to copy two more.
Oh, I see.
Verde and friend. I just, we didn't see this.
Yeah, it was in the bed. Okay, so this, let me just double check. Yeah.
Verde.
Is that it?
Not,
Okay.
no, there. It's not.
So thank you everybody for coming back. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
now
there
it's-
we go. That should be good.
So thank you everybody
And this one.
for being back. First, if you have bottles of water, keep it in your bags, then put it inside your bags. If not, there.
And this one is the next one, right?
One now?
Yeah.
Or no?
No, it's
No.
either,
Which one is that? Verde?
Verde? Yes.
Verde.
So, right now, we are going to start with fingers and saxophone, and then we're going to have Octavius. After that, we're going to have shells, and finally,
Thanks.
you're going to have Michael. So, Peter, you have two responsibilities.
Okay.
Your name and sax name, so the floor is yours, 20 minutes.
Okay, put my phone. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much that I can speak here. This is a great honor to be speaking in this very nice conference, and on top of that, in the Batens Symposium. So I'm extremely grateful, and it's super well organized conference. Everything is going great. This is a wonderful city too that I didn't know. And then I would want to say, before actually going to the talk, as it is a bit of a tribute to Diederik today, I want to say something that I should have said a long time before. My whole career. So I owe everything to him, but not only practically, also philosophically. I think we have very different views on many things, but the basics, the kind of instrumentalist approach, the idea that you can, which is maybe also a Carnappian idea that you can explicate philosophical ideas with logical tools without having to believe that these logics are the perfect reflection of reality or whatever. They are an explication. And the contextual certainties, epistemology, and where you have to remove practical, sort of pragmatic factors. There's well, too many things to say, but that's where I grew up. That's always going to be the background of everything I philosophically believe, even though I converted to a diabetes some 10 years ago, which is probably not corresponding to the experience. So now let's go into the talk. Also there, I need to say something before I actually start. So these are ideas that Zach and I had when I was in Dunedin 9 months ago. Since then, we have not really talked about it, but the ideas have evolved. So he is not at all responsible for what I'm going to say. And also the abstract is quite different from what I'm going to say, just because what I say now is more general, more elegant, I think, than what we had. So Zach said that in fact it would be fine if he wouldn't be there as an author anymore, given that I am responsible for most of the work. But of course he contributed to it, so I left his name, but all the blame is on me and all the goods is on Zach. So that should be very clear. He does not, he doesn't see the slides and he doesn't endorse them. Maybe he does, I don't know. Let's see. He could unfortunately not be here. Okay, let's start. So this is going to be, because it's very short, and I'm always get talks that are way too long. Quite a programmatic talk, so there will be no formal details or almost none. I think I said the rest. The crucial ideas here that we're going to develop a consistent adaptive logic, or we're going to see how we can use consistent adaptive logic to strengthen computability properties. And we are going to devise a special kind of Turing machine for that. It's not a Turing machine, it's a kind of a thing that looks like a Turing machine. It is not. And you could see this as a way to explicate the feasible transfinite calculation. This is the idea that why we cannot do calculations all the way to infinity. So often we see that some calculation is going to continue in the same direction, and then as a kind of defeasible reasoning inference, we say, well, it's probably going to keep going that way, and so I can look as if I've seen across the infinity, and then I continue the Turing machine. Because of course it's defeasible. You cannot actually go to infinity. But you can make guesses, and often these guesses are the way we do mathematics. We see the infinite row of numbers almost in front of us. This is actually a quote from Ian Norton. You might remember that. Let's this doesn't work anymore. I don't know why. I'll have to use the. That didn't work either. Yeah, I guess it will not work again. No. So I'll first say something about what a paraconsistent machine can be and how it can be useful. I'll then define this new notion of escapist Turing machines, and then I'll say that I'll argue that they are too unstable and that you cannot really do much with them. With certainty, and adaptive logic might come to the rescue for this problem. So then I'll make it adaptive, and then I'll say how this method kind of decides the Entscheidungsproblem, and then I come to the conclusion. So what do I call for a consistent machine? Well, it's basically any non-trivial formalization of the concept of computation involving inconsistency. So why would you want to do that? Well, you can try to, well, you realize that these notions of algorithm, calculation, computation, procedure are very vague. Of course, we have now things like computers, and we know what a Turing machine is. You know that a lot of things are equivalent to Turing machines. But there is no like definition of what an algorithm is or something. And Church thesis says, of course, that every algorithm can be computed by a Turing machine. But given that we have no clue what an algorithm is, this is not a very scientific claim, and it's hard to see we can really convincingly falsify it. Once people stick to their definition, then of course it cannot be falsified. Clearly. But if we have a persistent logic, why not try to involve some kind of inconsistencies if they can get us somewhere new? It's not a final kind of statement of this is the kind of parallel-consistent Turing machines that you want to have, but it's I think it's a useful project, and that's what Zach is doing in Dunedin right now with Fernando and other people. So I thought that was a very interesting approach. And I see several kinds of reasons why you might do this. Maybe you want to make calculations concerning inconsistent objects, like inconsistent numbers. I think that was what Fernando was pointing to. Where is he? Outside, okay. We can also try to formalize some kind of informal computation practices where we maybe run into troubles, which we can formalize by means of inconsistencies. We could treat it maybe as a kind of way to interpret quantum computing, given the fact that quantum gates are reversible. They are always reversible. But you cannot do anything with it without actually measuring it and going to an output. But there is no gate for that, because that's probabilistic, that's non-deterministic, and so on. So there seems to be kind of a contradiction there that you could maybe try to explicate. I'll not continue too much in this direction because I need to save some time. So I will have to assume that everybody knows what ordinary Turing machines are. I'm sorry if this is not the case. Then you can, of course, leave the room if you want to. So we basically start from escapist Turing machines. They are very similar to Turing machines, but they use parallel-consistent operations, which means that the machine is using instructions to go from one state to the other, and that's still on the tape and so on. But this does not mean that it doesn't also go into other states. I mean, you might think that this is a kind of non-deterministic Turing machine, but it is deterministic. It's just inconsistent. It goes to both places, and that is, if there are two instructions, then it just goes into an inconsistent state. So these Turing machines can in some way be in multiple states at the same time, but they are also in only one state because you apply the rules in a way that it's a parallel-consistent function or parallel-consistent operation, giving you one output. And of course, you get into contradictions with that, but if you have a parallel-consistent logic, this might be overcomable. So we have two kinds of instructions here. We have forced instructions, which are like regular instructions. So they can be contradictory, but it's exactly the same idea. You read something from the tape, you have to move or stay at the same place, and then write something, and then go to a next state. And this is an obligation. But there are also escape instructions, and these are not obligated. They are things that can happen, but it's not deterministic. They don't have to happen. They only happen, and that's the intuition behind it, when you really have to. It's like a way to get out of the program before it gets you too far into the loop or into too wild inconsistencies. It's pretty similar in what goes on in loop computers, where if a program runs into a loop, Windows says something like, is this program still responding? And then you can escape it. Of course, Windows has no clue whether it's still responding or not, but it's assuming that, and it might be wrong, but we really need this. Otherwise, our computers are not usable anymore. We get stuck in loops, and nothing can be done. We always have to restart the computer. So it's more or less that idea that is formalized. So there is another very important aspect of these escapist Turing machines. That is that there has to be by stipulation always to be a possible path to a halting state. So even if a Turing machine like goes into loops, there has to be an escape. So you have to always, for any kind of calculation you make, be able to get out of the loop. And this is actually easy to design because you can always add an escape instruction to any kind of normal instruction. When we output of the machine, that is whatever is on the tape in a halting state. The final output is whatever is on the tape independently of which path has been followed. Then you have final consistent outputs, and that is the final output whenever it's consistent. And these are the things that is most interesting, unless you want to have a Dionysius application of it or something like that. But for usual applications, these are the things that we're interested in. Whatever is reachable, whatever will be reached, whatever you do, whichever road you take, and if it's consistent on top of that. We cannot do much with inconsistent outcomes of a machine for like normal applications. So a very weird property is that these Turing machines always hold. But they also run forever. And that is a quite specific, weird maybe property. It's a strange beast after all. And you can say that every ordinary Turing machine that always holds is an escapist Turing machine, but with every ordinary Turing machine that may halt or may not halt, you can add this escape instruction to make it into a halting escapist Turing machine. Okay, if you have just these machines, you can do almost nothing with them. Okay. You can do almost nothing with them because obviously you can go into these inconsistent escape states directly. You do one computation and you get out of it. Because this is possible. And of course, you can also stay in the loop if you want to, but then you have an unstable outcome. There is no one conclusion you will reach. There is the useless conclusion, and then there is maybe also the right conclusion, but you cannot distinguish those inside of the machine. So we want to say that we want to avoid inconsistent states as much as possible. So of course, these machines sometimes will get forced output that is inconsistent, but in some cases, actually, they may escape some inconsistency with respect to the outputs, and that. In that case, if you can avoid the inconsistent output, then you have to go into the escape because that's still less inconsistent than having an inconsistent output. Okay, so the idea is that you escape only in case of trouble. Of course, you don't know when something will be troublesome. So it's a feasible process. You don't know when you have to go into escape states because the thing might be looping very further away. So the machine just does these two things. But as a user, you have no clue what will be done. So I'll use it for this kind of defeasible reasoning and adaptive logic. I don't know whether I have to introduce adaptive logics. Diederik did an excellent job for that. So I think I will escape, but just maybe for inconsistency adaptive logics, what can, for example, be done is you have an ordinary persistent logic and you want to apply things like the unity syllogism as much as possible. Of course, if you have an inconsistency, you don't want to apply disjunctive syllogism, but in the cases where it's safe, you can apply it. So it's a kind of a model selection process where you're going to select models that satisfy the least number of abnormalities in a syntactic way. I won't go into the details. So what does it mean to add this adaptive mechanism to the ordinary escapist Turing machines? It means that we will ignore machine runs, so run of the machine that contains steps that create unnecessarily inconsistent bits on the tape. So as it is an inconsistent machine, sometimes you'll write 0 and you'll write 1. And of course, that's an inconsistent bit. But if you can avoid writing inconsistent output on the tape, then that will always be a preferred model. So this means that going into these inconsistent escape states will be delayed as much as possible. An example of why this is kind of surprising, what you can do with it. Actually, these machines decide the problem of whether something is a first-order logic tautology, which of course is not decidable in a normal Turing machine. Of course, this is not. I'm not saying that when we develop things like this in hardware, that all of a sudden we'll find a solution for the timing problem. But I'm just saying that this kind of is a good, or it attempts to be a good explication of the process that humans use to calculate whether something is a tautology or not. And we can do that pretty well as straight logicians. For a lot of sentences, we'll be able to find out whether something is a tautology or not. Of course, our algorithms aren't perfect, but sometimes we see that whatever is going to come, it will not change. And then we kind of make some guesses and we can continue. And if this kind of guessing thing can be done by means of a machine, then this could be a good model for it, or a first kind of attemptive model for it. But the basic idea is very simple. So we have an ordinary Turing machine that calculates the problem in such a way that the input is a binary coding of a sentence A, and the output is 1 or 0, only if A is or is not a tautology. So it gives 1 if it's tautology, only if it's tautology. It gives 0 only if it's not a tautology. Of course, it's also possible that it runs forever, because there's no such Turing machine that does this job perfectly. But that can only be the case that it runs forever if it's not a tautology. Because if it's, I assume that this Turing machine will give you a positive test, at least for being a tautology or not. So what we do is actually pretty simple. If you if you like run this machine, you just do the ordinary instructions. At some point, you reach either the fact that it's a tautology, or at some point you escape from this algorithm, because at some point all of these Turing machines need to escape by stipulation. But because of the adaptive mechanism, this escape is delayed as far as you can go, maybe even to a non-standard number or something like that. But the idea is very much that it can never ultimately cause trouble. If you escape too early to a state of being not a tautology, then you end up in an unnecessary contradiction. And the mechanism will avoid this kind of situations. So to have minimal amount of inconsistencies means that the only stable way for this machine to end, if it's consistently in either not a tautology state or it is a tautology. So we consistently decide the problem of being a first-order logic tautology or not. This is in the ideal case. Of course, actual machines don't have this capacity to wait forever. So that's the basic idea. Of course, I can go into more details during questions, but it's more, the idea is important. Maybe it can be implemented logically in many ways. You have to decide what the lower limit logic is. Well, it needs a detachable implication to do the instructions. It needs to deal with inconsistencies, obviously. CLUN is always a good logic as a lower limit logic for adaptive logics. And then you strengthen, because it keeps the contradictions local. And that is something we need in this case. So you might want your inconsistencies to stay on different parts of the tape. So one run of the argument goes on the left side of the tape and does not confuse with what is on the right side of the tape. So these processes can be separated. Of course, there's no need for that, but because you're minimizing the inconsistencies, you're going to avoid processes to kill each other, to make each other's pointless. So how can you see this? As I said, it's kind of, it could be an explication of a defeasible transfinite calculation. Of course, well, this is further work that you have to specify the details. We have some ideas, but there are no strong meta proofs yet. I mean, there is a proof for the decision problem that I talked about before, and it doesn't really matter on which lower limit logic you choose if it's strong enough, but there might be reasons to have something stronger. And maybe something like this, but not exactly as simple as I explained it, might formalize probabilistic algorithms. Probabilistic algorithms don't always give you the right outputs, but mostly do, and that gives them a lot more strength. And this is kind of the thing that we do here too. And because the probabilistic nature, maybe also quantum algorithms can be seen in this way. And in general calculations where there is some amount of risk of bugs, but we're going to assume that the bugs are present as little as possible. And maybe that mechanism that we all know, computers work that way. We assume that they are not buggy, but of course they can be a hardware error or whatever. So that also might be formalizable in this way. Okay, that was it. Thank you very much.
So we don't have time for questions. So there are two questions here, and I'm just going to take it also. And I'm going to take them together so you can reply to them together, okay?
I'm sorry for it.
Okay, that was awesome, and I want to see this. If you have anything for another, if you go to the slide right prior to this. So I've got lots of questions, but the one that's probably easy to answer is a misunderstanding, probably on my part. But you have written, I'm sorry, one slide back. I guess you've written on the calculation of the James problem. If it is a tautology, the machine will calculate it. If not, it may run forever. And what I don't understand about this is that's what a classical Turing machine does. Like,
Yeah. So that's the ordinary Turing machine.
Oh,
and then you add these escapes to it.
And the escapes come from the adaptive magnets.
To delay them, because you don't want to go immediately to an escape state of this is not a tautology. You only want to conclude that it's a tautology if it's running forever, let's say.
All right. Thank you very much.
So thanks. I'm a computer scientist. I am really interested in this kind of subjects. So related with the first question, so how is the mechanism, or which are your heuristics in order to delay these escape actions? And also, from the first explanation of these adaptive escapist Turing machines, the notion of these escape instructions for me is really similar to the mechanism of continuations in programming languages. And also, these escape instructions, you said that we will take them only in the case of encountering a trouble. So this is also in computer science relative or similar to exceptions. So how these are related with these escapist Turing machines, and again, if we have a model of Turing machine as a lambda calculus, so we in programming languages area, we have well studied the relationship between lambda calculus, different lambda calculi, and type systems. So how are all these ideas related with your proposal?
Okay, can I speak without microphone or no? Thank you very, very much for that question. And I should my answer is basically this is very preliminary work. And all these things, of course, are on our minds. Of course, the inspiration comes from the notion of exceptions. But there is no inconsistency, of course, in the notion of exception. People always try to reason that away. What if you take it seriously, like it is actually running still, but also it reached an exception. So that's the idea. And then your first question, I just want to say that this is just a basic framework, and then you still need a good algorithm that can deal with this strategy in the right way. So you have to make sure that the contradictions you generate are not going to spread to everything, because then you can't do anything anymore. You have to first make sure that all the interesting cases where it's very unlikely, or where it's very likely that they're going to find an answer in finite time, are treated. And only after that, you treat the cases that you're really in doubt about, where you have no clue, no heuristics about whether it's going to be tautology or not. So it is very important to add extra logical stuff on top of it to make them useful. This is a merely abstract framework that doesn't do anything productive by itself.
Thank you, Peter. It is totally stormed, Deborah, can you talk about that? Right.
No, you got it. Yeah.
So please remember that if you have any bottles of water, keep them inside your bag. Yes, everybody, if you have sodas, you cannot have sodas inside, so please take them out and throw them in the trash. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Good. So, Otavio, bueno.
All right, well,
20 minutes.
okay.
When you have that.
First, thanks, Maria, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Also, especially a pleasure to be part of this symposium honoring Deirdre. The first time I met him was actually in 1997 in the first World Congress in Diagnosis Institute in Ghent. And since then, I interacted with him, Yoki, his team at Ghent, on various occasions back in Leeds and then many other conferences and meetings. So what I'm going to be doing today is something that is against what he does, you know. So he's trying to clarify things by developing a systematic framework in terms of multiplicity of logics, right? What I'm going to do is to think about what is to think about changing logics philosophically. I'm going to identify a couple of desiderata of those things, and then check how the adapted framework fares with regard to them. So I think very clear, you know, all of us here, the enormous variety of inferential processes that the adapted framework allow us to represent, right? A multiplicity of logics is built into the framework, right? Typically a weaker lower limit logic and stronger upper limit logic, constraining the interpretation of the available premises in the sense that they specify what follows from that. So the adaptive logic is initially identified with the upper limit logic, provided that it does not yield a trivial interpretation of the premises. Here, of course, I'm considering one of the many classes, those focusing on inconsistencies primarily. And if it does, the lower limit logic is adopted. Hence, there is a dynamic among the logics, which automatically adjusts so that one preserves as much consistency as possible among relevant premises. So, moreover, the framework itself is also dynamic, both in its non-monotonicity, right? A previous derived conclusion may be withdrawn when new information is added to the system, and in light of the fact that certain conclusions may be withdrawn given a better understanding of the premises of the consideration. So you have two kinds of dynamic features highlighted in the framework as well. Overall, the logics are formal, crucially provide proofs, that's what they're there for, and ratify the relevant pieces of reason. Right? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to then, as I said, start by considering some broad issues, some conditions or desiderata under which logics change. Right? Those are primarily philosophical ones. And clearly, some changes in logic are ad hoc, right? And unmotivated. And when they're implemented simply to avoid an undesirable conclusion without offering a new insight into the problem at hand, I would say that's bad, right? We should not allow for those things. Other changes in logics, however, are not like that at all, as they take place to allow for the possibility of expressing certain claims that are ruled out by fiat, by the extended logic. And I think this is a hallmark, an important criteria when it's significant and important to change a logic. When the current logic precludes the possibility of expressing certain possibilities, certain situations. When that happens, I think that's an excellent ground for logic revision. The issue, however, seems to depend not on the consistency or not of the relevant premises in light of the logic, but rather on the expressive possibilities of the new logic relative to the old one. So I want to focus on that part, which I think is a significant point for us to think about logic revision. So I'll then consider how adaptive logics may address the resulting desiderata, and then examine possible concerns. I'm sure that in the end, Diederik is going to say, look, I showed this in an article back in 1983 or something, but okay, at least I'll learn something. All right, so not so easy logical revisions, right? So I don't think we should take logical change lightly. And, after all, if you left unconstrained, all sorts of ad hoc maneuvers will be implemented, right? So if you assume a context dominated by classical logic, you may have an embarrassing conclusion by both exponents, right? And you say, oh, this is an invalidative, so I'm okay, right? Of course, unless an independent reason is given in support of the violation of multi-exponents, blocking the conclusion in this way just highlights the ad hoc character of the move, right? No new evidence is generated to support the proposed logical revision. And the only thing that's achieved is the avoidance of an wrong result. But that's not good, right? We shouldn't allow that. So obviously in cases like this, rather than changing the logic, you need to revise the treatment of the price or something else. Now it's also crucial, in situations involving logical revision, that they result from the impossibility of expressing or recognizing possibilities that are foreclosed by the current accepted logic. Right? Suppose that there is evidence that certain objects lack identity, right, in the sense that identity doesn't apply to them. Right? There's some interpretations of neurological quantum mechanics, Schrödinger and Wiles, that insist on that, right? So suppose you want to express that possibility, right? Well, you just can't if you're doing that in classical logic, because classical logic requires the identity of every single object in the domain you're applying it to, right? So the very possibility you want to express is being foreclosed by the underlying logic that you're using in a context, right? So the logic requires that every object is identical to itself. Well, then obviously to express what you need to express, you need to revise the logic, right? Now, if you take these 2 points into account, it looks like logical revision should have 2 features, right? First, it needs to be independently logical, right? To avoid this adopting a little bit, right? So that ideally you have some new evidence in support of those revisions, right? So you're not just doing this to block some unwanted. There are independent reasons to do that. Secondly, logical revision will be implemented in response to perceived impossibilities of expressing or recognizing possibilities given the clearly, we need a logic to implement these changes, right? Question about that. Now, that logic, typically, it's classical. We always start with classical logic whenever we can, and then we make adjustments as needed. I don't think that debates about logical revision are special in this sense. It's just as any other debate. You run with the logic, and if among the logical inferences that you're involving in the debate are inferences that are questionable, well, then you need to consider whether you need to revise that logic as well, right? So it's nothing special, right? I don't think that there is any fixed logic anyway. So, I think simple violations, so let me try to illustrate how this will work, right, with a simple example. Using many other contexts, their logical principles sometimes can be revised on empirical grounds, right? Quantum logics give an interesting case of that. So suppose we're doing non-relativistic quantum mechanics, right? And we have a principle with classical logic, right? So we have the distributivity law. Suppose also we have what we can call a spin principle, right? Which basically says we have the spin of an electron, measured in a given direction, it has only 2 possible outcomes. Either it's going to be up, spin of the electron in the direction y is up, or the spin of the electron measured in direction y is down, right? That's it's a feature of non-relativistic quantum mechanics. The second is a formulation of Heisenberg's uncertainty relations, right? That says it's not the case that a measurement of the spin of the electron can be made in 2 different directions sometimes, right? That's what you get in these 2 statements. All right. Now, spin principle, the Heisenberg principle are features of quantum mechanics, just taking it as a that. Now, suppose we're in the lab and we run an experiment. And we measure in the direction x of the spin of the electron, and it comes up. All right? So we have this proposition. Now, we're operating by assumption, classical logic. If that's the case, I can actually make a conjunction of that statement with the spin principle, even though the spin principle is true. Right? Now, since we're operating in classical logic, I apply distributivity to this cell. And that's what I get, right? A distributed conjunction over disjunction. And what I get, one side is true. The left-hand side, if you see, I'm measuring the spin of the electron in 2 different directions. And that's exactly what I'm pronouncing, right? So distributivity is violated empirically, right? Something has to go, right? You can change quantum mechanics, or you can, or you have to, if you want to keep it, change the logic. Now, note that both desiderata for logical revisions that I highlighted are met in this case, right? Shifting to a quantum, in this case, non-distributive logic, has independent evidence, right? For example, it allows for the solution of the measurement problem, right? Beautiful paper by Jeff Bubb. They use what he calls a partial Boolean algebra to solve the measurement problem within a broken quantum logic frame. Right? Secondly, shifting to quantum logic allows for the possibility of expressing non-relativistic quantum phenomena, preserving the empirical information we have about them. In those cases, we can keep the spin principle and the Heisenberg principles if you want to keep, the quantum mechanics. Right? Of course, you can always change the content of the theory, right? And revise quantum mechanics if you want to hold on to classical logic. In fact, That's what the Bohmian interpretation would do. It said, okay, we can actually deny the Heisenberg principle, right? And if you deny that principle, then subjectivity can be owned. In fact, you get a theory that looks as much as classical mechanics as you can possibly get, right? Trouble is, you need also to introduce a quantum potential for which there is no empirical evidence. So that's not, if something you can learn from reflections over 100 years of quantum mechanics is some weird things are going to show up somewhere, right? You just need to choose your preference. All right. However, if no relativistic quantum mechanics is how fixed, because that's what we're trying to do, then under the underlying logic, it just cannot be classic. Okay? So that's the point of the argument I just gave. All right. Now, let's see how with adaptive logics we can think about those issues, right? How well do the logics satisfy the desiderata for logical revision that we just discussed, right? The fact that adaptive logics incorporate an upper limit logic highlights the point that they start with the strongest logic possible that avoids triviality. I think that's an important point. The fact that a lower limit logic is included allows for the implementation of logical revision per se. We adapt the moment that triviality creeps in. An important feature of adaptive logics concerns the fact that the content of the pieces of reasoning under consideration matters. That is relative to the premise of the pieces of reasoning in the study that is determined by the triviality results. I think that's very important because that means that logical revision is not just a matter of purely formals, right? You have to engage with the relevant content. So now we turn to the two desiderata for logical revision, right? Are adaptive logic revisions independently motivated? That is, do they provide new evidence for the revision, right? So I think they may provide the evidence, but they're not required to do so, right? After all, the primary constraint for logical revision, at least for this class of adaptive logics I'm considering, is to avoid triviality. And there are many possible ways of avoiding triviality that need not generate new evidence. So, for instance, in a non-relativistic quantum mechanical case discussed above, triviality can be avoided by adopting an underlying paraconsistent logic, right? However, this would fail to address any specific quantum mechanical issue, such as the measurement problem, right? Because you could say, all right, I'm just going to live with that inconsistency that we found out, but change the underlying logic, not a quantum one, which will be consistent, right? That would avoid the triviality, but it speaks nothing to the specific content effect. Secondly, are adaptive logical revisions implemented in response to perceived impossibilities of expressing or recognizing possibilities given the current logic? I actually think they are, because, and this is a significant trait of the adaptive framework, right? Since adaptive logical revisions are guided by the avoidance of triviality, at least this class of them, they identify sources of impossibility of expressing or recognizing possibilities given the current logic. In fact, that's exactly what triviality is doing. It's marking the boundaries of what can be possibly expressed. So the presence of triviality is an indication that one reached the boundary of the possible in light of the current logic. That's exactly what we would want in the case of logical revision. All right, so to conclude, I think adaptive logics offer a sophisticated framework for logical revision. Since the resulting logical revision is in part content-based, it depends on the content of the premises involved in the pieces of reasoning under consideration, the adaptive framework captures the topic dependence of logical revision. So in that sense, logic is not topic neutral, it depends on the content that it's involved. And I think that's important. Since adaptive logic revision is in part guided by the avoidance of triviality, at least for this class of logics, it correctly delineates the boundaries of what's possible given the current logic. So my only remark is that it's less clear that the framework ultimately supports independently motivated logical revisions, as the avoidance of triviality is compatible with blatantly ad hoc logical maneuvers designed only to prevent logical explosion, right? So one possibility that Didrik may consider is, well, of course, the abnormality in this case are the triviality. Can we have multiple abnormalities operating at the same time, right? Because that's in effect what I'm pressing here, right? Because we may need, depending on the topic, abnormalities of other sources, right? So perhaps additional content-based constraints may be needed for the framework to address this point. That's it.
Thank you, Dario.
So I thought at first I had an objection, but I might be wrong here. So I just want to push you a little bit on the idea that the feeling of awkwardness doesn't count as independent. So where would that awkwardness come from, except from sort of independent? If you're an experienced as a scientist or something going on, you're not expressing what you need to express, there's a subtlety that's being missed. That's an awkwardness that is independent.
Okay, good. Yeah, what I have in mind is you need to point out that the conclusion you reach, it's not that it's awkward, there's something wrong with that, right? So then there's some fact of the matter. So look, this is unacceptable, right? And everyone sees that it is. And you really even yourself recognize that and say, okay, I'm going to just deny the rule of inference that allowed to reach that point. So the issue is what counts as evidence, as independent evidence for logical revision is you need to be able to, in changing the logic, solve another problem, right, relative to there's something more being done rather than just avoiding, an unintended conclusion, right? In a way, this is, I think it's similar to what, treatment of ad hocness in science, right? You say, okay, all ravens are black, and then a pink one shows up, and so all of them except this one, right? So you decrease the content of what you're saying just to preserve the truth, right? And if you keep doing that, you may actually turn out to hold on to something true that turns out to be true by definition. Only things can be ravens, right? And then of course you're going to win the day, but then you lost the content. And I'm worried that if logical revisions are not operating properly, they could allow for these kinds of content losses. And we don't want that, right? We want the revisions to actually increase our understanding of the situation, right? In a way that we're able to do more, right? So, for example, yeah.
Michelle,
Is no follow-up?
no, there's no follow-up.
Well, we'll continue then.
Because there is one strongest list and
Yeah.
that's going to be.
Well, now I think it's unfair because we're married. I hate to talk, but I will take it as a fair because of the situation. But anyway, so I was thinking about also the question of motivation of revision.
Right.
So I think that there can be at least two cases that Batens discusses in some of the literature that might be relevant here. So for example, one is the case of contrast between different theories. So we might be in a situation of uncertainty between different theories and we don't really know the source of the contradiction. Or any possible contradiction. We just want, and we know that maybe the theories are inconsistent, and we want to keep reasoning about them, right? So that makes the point specific source of a problem, but it's the motivation that is that we know that we can reason about stuff, right? And then another, which I think might be more specific, is the case of mathematical theories, right? So take something like the algorithm, for example, right? So we don't know that the algorithm is inconsistent, and we think it's consistent, but it could be that it is inconsistent. And we have no clue for where there might be some sort of inconsistency. So maybe in such cases we need an adaptive logic specifically to motivate reasoning about it. I don't know. Let's not talk this.
So what do you mean, when we are unsure whether the theories we're reasoning about are inconsistent or not, then we need an adaptive framework to reason about them.
Right, about the possibility that they might be inconsistent.
Right.
Because we wouldn't give up the arithmetic.
Sure.
Like, even if, you know, we know that these concepts are in good order in some way, so that's, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm perfectly happy with that, obviously, because, sure, if, in a way, classical logic would presume the consistency of those things, otherwise you get to reality, right? So, until you find a consistency, you just keep working on. And the question is, this is somewhat on bad faith, right? From the point of view of the classical logician, because if the theory turns out to be inconsistent, you're actually operating with a trivial theory from the get-go without realizing, right? And that's, you know, in a adaptive framework, you don't have that issue, right? You're operating with classical, so imagine Franklin, right? Operating with classical logic, unbeknownst to him, he was actually really consistent working with an inconsistent theory, right? You know, right in reality, you need to have a lower logic that is as much as possible. So I think that's quite right, right? As a procedure, right? To reason over things that are unknown, whether they are inconsistent. I think that's right. I agree with you.
That's very good. My question is, when you quantify a problematic phenomenon, one of the options is, of course, logical revision. But you know, logical revision is not unique. You might get two different logical revisions. For example, in the case of quantum mechanics, I know that the correct option is plane distribution, but you may also say, like Richard Silva, and no, we have a problematic moves from the relativist perspective. So, and my question is, do you think that this adaptive framework is going to be of any help in the problem of choice of logic or choice of any of those logical provisions?
Sure. Yes, this is a great question, right? In a way, I think the answer is content dependent, right? I don't think the issues are logical in a way, because the logic is just an inferential mechanism to deal with, but in this case, specific premises, right? That's where the content is coming in from the adaptive framework. So it really depends. Sure. Look, why there is, you know, some way to, you know, distribute. I gave a simple example, but of course, when von Neumann in Beecroft, in their paper, the logic, mismade paper, the logic of quantum mechanics, actually, it's a geometry, not a logic. But what you realize is, well, by thinking about the representation of quantum states, you realize that distributivity would not work, right? And that was a way of trying to model the behavior of the phenomena that we seem to moved away from the sort of standard geometrical framework. So that's the content coming in, right? And then when you try to identify the underlying logic for that, it turns out also to be very non-distributive. And that's why quantum logic saying all of them should be non-distributive. So I say this is content dependent rather than logic dependent. So in that sense, I don't think the adaptive framework or any other purely logical framework per se would actually do anything, because it really depends on the content, right? And you're right, there are several different logics that could do the trick, right? In fact, there's not one quantum logic, there's a whole family of them, right? Again, the pluralists, I don't think that there is a one single logic right in for the quantum domain, right? They work for certain contexts with certain constraints, but not so good for others, right? So there is a plurality even there, right? And of course, early on when quantum logics were heydays, right? Back in the 60s, 70s, up to the 90s. People tend to overstate what you can do with quantum logic, and I think that was a mistake, right? But we used to say, well, okay, so all philosophical problems about quantum mechanics with quantum logic. Sure, we cannot do that, right? So again, you have to realize how far logic can go, right? A lot of it is not logical. A lot of it is a lot, it's a content. But, and of course, you also know, we quantum mechanics especially, but you know, this one, it's a broken theory, right? The theory. It's finding incredibly very successful. It's wrong in all kinds of things, right? People like move to quantum field theories, and that has its own set of problems. And so now I'm going to make another prediction and make one guess, right? I think quantum mechanics is going to disappear, right?
It's come with the predictions.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes. All right, I'm scared.
I always be puzzled by the content-based, logic-based distinction. I always struggle with it. But now I read more engagement talk about content, my put here that the logical revision and logics depends on the content of the premises. They are formal logics, it depends, I would agree that it depends on the context and on contextual issues, but not really on concept, I would say. Because it depends on the formal structure, literally of sentences that you have to write, not on the content.
Good. Yeah, what I have in mind is this, whether you're going to get triviality or not, depends on the premises you have. And that's the content. This is not coming from the logic. This is coming from the domain that you're applying the logic to. Right? So that, and I think that's exactly the right move. Right? Because the logic should emerge from the phenomenon you're dealing with. Right? And rather than the other way around. Even though theoretically you can cook up any logic, pure logic you want, right? In effect, the issue is there are constraints given by the subject matter. And that's that logic is not pocket knowledge, right? It depends whether you're considering quantum particles or tables, right? I'm not dreaming of my identity to the table, right? But you know, some interpretations it makes sense to not apply to the matter. And so, in that sense, what logic you use depends on the content. I think the content in the adaptive framework is coming from the premises.
Thank you, Octavio.
Thank you.
Michelle, friend. So it's only the red marker that you want.
That's okay, it doesn't matter, yeah, I'm adaptive.
But the whiteboard is not adaptive. And please remember that you have been assigned over when you registered, and so after we got the we're going to have the proposal for the events also. Stay for up.
I don't know why I'm not doing this.
There you are.
Okay, so
I let you know that you still have them.
it's actually very easy because I have, I think, 16 slides and I have 20 minutes, so it's easy to check. So again, I would also like to express my thanks to be here in Oaxaca. I have many reasons to be here in Oaxaca. Besides being at this Congress, I also have some very good friends here. So I'll be escaping on Tuesday morning and riding horses. Then I'll join you in the afternoon. And thank you very, very much for inviting me to give this talk. And it's a great honor to be part of the Batens Symposium. And you've had more influence over me than probably you realize. Okay, so I want to go a little bit beyond consistency and validity. The order of go is that I'm going to talk about immediate and most relevant inspirations, the particular problematique that I was posed. Then I'm going to introduce a formal language. It's going to be very different from anything that we've seen so far. It's simply a representation of processes. But I will then talk about reasoning and where does reasoning come in. So we want to distinguish between a formal representation of something that's going on and reasoning about those processes. I'm going to give you a particular case, which comes from my own experience working with some chemists, and then raise some questions in the conclusion. At the very end, if I have the time, I'll talk about artificial intelligence. Okay, so the reason that I've put, is there a way of putting the top bar outside on the bottom? You know, the screen sharing thing. So my immediate inspirations are Sallucci, who calls us to rethink traditional, that's good. Yeah, rethink traditional axiomatic logic to better fit the logic of discovery. So there has been some work already done in the data area on the logic of discovery and what that means. And he wants us to better represent reasoning in science. So I'm going back to this motivation. Here, scientific inquiry consists in finding hypotheses that lead to the solution to a problem. The other inspiration comes from William Byers, who says that problems in science arise from wonder and uncertainty. The whole fun about science is that it surprises you. You know, you say, oh, well, I think it should be like this, and go, oh, it's not. And you have to find out why. So that's the part, when you find not necessarily a contradiction, but a tension, when you thought things would go in this way, sitting in your armchair, and then you discover that's not the case. Then you want an explanation, you want to discover why, you want to discover what's going on. Batens discusses how adaptive logics play a role in the philosophy of science, that to solve a problem in science, we have to be content and context informed, and not just deduce, but leave room for hypothesis forming. The reason I have these in red is that they're going to reappear at the end of the talk to make sure that I actually cover all the bases. Oops. Why isn't it going? Go to the next bit. Hello, move. Oh, okay. All right, so
Yeah, is this where you want to be?
Olympia Lombardi, who works in Argentina, I think she's recently retired from an institute in philosophy and chemistry, asked me one day, she said, look, Michelle, you're a logician. She showed corner me in the corner, and she said, find me a logic to represent processes in macrochemistry. So processes are dynamic, that are going, right, in macrochemistry for the purposes of conceptual analysis. And what she wanted was not something that was object-based. Whoops, so I looked around and couldn't find anything that was very suitable. I thought about category theory, I thought about different type theories, I thought about dynamic logics, and nothing was really quite what she was looking for. So I concluded that I had to make something up for her. All right, so we'll move on to the formal language. So this is what I made up for you. And I'm going to have to put some bits on this whiteboard because I couldn't work out how to put them onto the slide. Okay, so what happens in macrochemistry? Well, we combine some relatively stable substances. I'll call them S1, S2, S3. So you might think about mixing some things together. These are combinations of molecules in some sort of proportion. So I might put twice as much milk as I do coffee together, right? In a context is the cup. And there's a temperature and there's a pressure. And we manipulate the substances in certain ways. So I take my spoon and I stir it around. Or maybe in an order using certain equipment. That's also in a context. All these operations, O1, O2, O3, etc. After some time, they settle again into substances. So we've mixed our milk with our coffee. So, and we might have S2 is still left over. It's still sort of sitting there. Not all of it was used up, but we've got a few new substances, say S6 and S7. After such, or multiple procedures, because sometimes you want things to settle for a little while and then you re-excite them, bringing in new things. So after these procedures, we might get an expected result or an unexpected result. So you can use E or you can use U. Or if you're pretty sure about what negation is in this case, then you can use not E instead of U, right? But that depends on your scruples about negation. Problems in science arise from wonder and uncertainty. You get the unexpected. Oh, it was supposed to do that. Oops, it's gone and done something else. Oh, now we've got to work out what's happening. So for unexpected, we might read some problem or some anomaly, or it's not necessarily a contradiction, it can just be a tension, as in adaptive logic. So we would first check the substances, make sure that you really did have mercury or you really did have water. You check your measurements, did I really measure the things properly? You check your instruments, but this might not be enough. Here comes the fun part. So, also inspired by adaptive logics, the context is important. So we add something called a context box. Oh, man. So it's an open box because we don't always know in advance what's in the context. So I might have several of these. Where do we place them grammatically? We might identify 4 context places. The context is important for the initial substances. I have, can you go into my bag just there, Octavio? And I have some markers in there. Oh, you got a bunch.
He's on a whiteboard soon.
Yeah, I had mine, I didn't bring that.
Not too many. Yeah, there are 4.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got enough now. All right, so where would we place them? The context is important for the initial substances, the operations. So continuing the sentence box, operation 1, operation 2, operation 3. There might be time going along the line, or there might be entropy going along the line. And for the 7 substances at the end, S2, S6, S7, etc. Might be other things in there. And we also want a context box for the entire experiment, the entire process. Because you might be doing this experiment, say, at a high altitude or on the moon, things might be very different. So it's a sort of more global context. Okay, so formulas representing macrochemical processes look like what I've written on the board. So you have the context, you have the context of the initial substances that are relatively stable. You have the context for the operations, because there's stuff going on. And you have a context for the for these relatively stable substances at the end. Note that the language is only for representation. It's only telling us what things look like. There are no inference rules. I didn't give you any axioms. I didn't give you any rules. There is, of course, a lot of reasoning that goes on in chemistry, right? The scientists don't go in and just do stuff. They're actually thinking about what it is that they're doing. They set things up in a certain way. They do it in a certain order. So there is some lower level logic going on. But conceptual analysis is about such formally represented procedures in macrochemistry. So when we're doing conceptual analysis, we're wondering, what are the concepts that are going on in the scientist's mind or in the procedures, and how are they thinking about them? So the reasoning really, the interesting reasoning really starts when scientists meet the unexpected. In this case, what do you do? Of course, you check the purity of your substances. Maybe you made a mistake, you picked up the wrong substance, right? Or your instruments are faulty. or the temperature in the room isn't right. But then if the substances and the instruments and the procedure, etc., your machines that you're using are working, that everything is plugged in properly, and this is not the problem, then you get to do the fun part, which is unpacking the boxes. It's like Christmas. So there you have these boxes. And some of the time what you do is actually putting things into the box. Because what you understand about the content and the context has to do with your education, your previous experiences, what it is that you draw on, what it is that you notice, what you've been primed to do. So unpacking the boxes means checking the context and the content. Which boxes you choose first. So I might look at the initial substances, I might look at the operations, I might look at the final substances, I might look at the global one. Right? Which one you choose first sort of depends on your own experience, your own inclinations, the instruments that you have available to you. So you sort of, I have a temperature gauge so I can check that easily. There might be things that it's really, really hard to check. I mean, there's some experiments that are almost not reproducible. They are reproducible in theory, but in practice they won't be. So I was talking to a physicist who did an experiment way down the bottom of a mine shaft in order to not have gamma radiation problems. Now, because of the cost and the exoticness of doing this, it won't be reproduced, practically speaking. So you have to have faith that the scientists actually knew what they were doing, that the instruments were working, that their theory was good, etc., and they're coming up with the right conclusions, because this will not be reproduced. Furthermore, as we know in chemistry and biology, a lot of the results that you get in a cutting edge article, they're actually not reproduced or reproduced, well, it turns out when scientists I talk to, when they try to reproduce some of the results, they can't do it, right? It doesn't turn out the way that they were told it would turn. So this depends on the machines that are at your disposal, your inclinations, and your imagination. Different scientists and the same scientists on different occasions, because we'll be primed and we'll be thinking a little bit differently. Our education changes continuously. We'll be sensitive to different things and will form different, possibly conflicting hypotheses about what is going on. So the context includes things like temperature and pressure, very obviously in chemistry, but also surrounding materials, the containers that you're using. Maybe the glass vial that you were using is leaky, so then there's stuff coming out. And the presence of catalysts, amongst other things. So what is a catalyst? It's something that brings speed up, right? It just does a natural procedure that would happen anyhow in nature, but it speeds it up. So in the chemistry laboratory where I worked recently, where there were experts on catalytic processes, the scientists were surprised by an experiment. So this is a real case, and it's probably not in the literature, so you won't know about it. They had assumed that by increasing the proportion of catalyst used to speed up the process, the proportion of the catalyst to the substances being altered, that the process would happen faster, up to some sort of limit. So they reckoned that it would sort of follow probably a curve like this. I mean, there's going to be a limit to it, right? There's going to be a point where it peters out and it doesn't go any faster. Or you're not adding more catalyst isn't going to do anything. So that was the prediction, reasonable prediction. That sort of, if you're reasoning analogically, that is a very reasonable prediction to make. You add a bit more catalyst and things go a little bit faster up to some sort of limit. This didn't happen in this particular case. They checked the substances, they checked the instruments, they ensured themselves that there was no change in temperature and pressure, which is already part of the context for the operations. And then quite brilliantly, they decided to take an in-between proportion of catalyst to substances. So they thought maybe our hypothesis about the curve of adding more catalyst to the operation, maybe that is the wrong hypothesis. And often enough, you know, we're very seduced by mathematics, we're very seduced by these curves, right? We really like them. So this was the brilliant move. And it turned out that they were correct with that hypothesis, that there were optimal portions. It's okay, I've only got 4 minutes left. Okay. All right, so it turned out that there were optimal proportions, less catalyst to more substances than they had even used initially, right? So they had taken a guess, we put this much catalyst, and then things did go faster, which was correct. But actually putting less catalyst than they had for the same amount of substance sped things up even more. That's a bit odd, right? So it is a little bit counterintuitive. Of course, if you change the temperature and the pressure, then things change again, the proportions have to be changed. Okay, so conclusion, I have 3 concluding slides, so okay. So in the case presented, the result was counterintuitive, but not contradictory. I mean, unless you say that, okay, contradicted, but the top of the curve of, you could force a contradiction, that's not really a contradiction. I wanted to use a real example that you might not know about. So I'm not cherry picking an example that particularly brings out a contradiction in a strong sense. But we can imagine unexpected results not being so quickly solved, and there might be even 2 or more equal solutions for a time until an experiment is designed to decide between the options. And that might take even generations of science, right? Because you might even need a theoretical revision. If scientists disagree about what to investigate first, when resources and time are limited, which is the reality now, is that scientists are given a budget, they only have so many instruments, they only have so much time, they can't just check all of the hypotheses. There might be disagreements. And then we move into Susanna's world where we have maybe very deep disagreements with each other. Or you might want to use a discussive logic, as we learned about the other day from Thomas. And that might be the way to go. Or use analogical reasoning, which is what Salucci suggests that we do. Or we might directly use a paraconsistent logic. So there are a lot of different resources to use for the type of reasoning when you have this kind of conflict. It doesn't have to be paraconsistent particularly. Okay, so this answers Salucci's model. Remember that Salucci calls us to rethink traditional axiomatic logic to better fit the logic of discovery, to better represent reasoning in science, in real science. Pure scientific inquiry consists of finding hypotheses that lead to a solution to a problem. The problematique was that Olympia Lombardi asked me to find a logic to represent reasoning in macrochemistry for the purposes of conceptual analysis. The logic turns out to be in some sense adaptive. That is, the expected results in the normal reasoning before unpacking the boxes is low-level, easy reasoning. When you're stuck, you unpack. So you have to move to something else. And you have to use a different kind of approach because you're saying, what is the context? What is it about the content or the context that is messing things up in my prediction? So this is what I would hope to be able to call an adaptive strategy, and the logic of unpacking could be represented by any of the formal systems we've seen at this conference. So to just provoke things a little bit, let's talk about artificial intelligence. What if we asked an artificial intelligence to help us with the unpacking? So a lot of scientists are keen to use artificial intelligence in their reasoning, partly because they can deal with very, very large amounts of data and very large amounts of information. So it too will use an algorithm to look at past experiences of scientists, that is, at least the past experiences that it has access to. Notice what it has access to is what has been published and what is on the internet. Very little of what is published is this went wrong because we tend to get just positive information from science. At least the published science. it will converge to a most likely solution. And it might even be able to weigh this against your resources costs. So it might say, look, given the resources of your laboratory, I suggest that you look at this first and not that, given all of the data that I have, right? So that's the artificial intelligence making a pronouncement. But it will converge in a dumb way, partly because it doesn't have the experience that a human does. And it doesn't have access to all of the it went wrong because, or it went wrong, period, because that's very rarely published. And two artificial intelligences will eventually converge, not at first. So artificial intelligence might be good for a while since they can handle large amounts of data about scientific experiments in the past, but it won't be able to use the proportions of data in a relevantly discerning manner, and it will fail with imagination. So the effectiveness will be good at first, and then will reach its limits. So that's my prediction. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Questions, objections, critical objection?
Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. I have a question. Essentially, the case study you provide from chemistry can be accommodated with classical logic without any trouble, because after all, the issue that was handled was well, they needed to readjust the proportion of the catalysts. And once they came up with a hypothesis and tested, it seemed that didn't work. So the fact that you make some predictions and they don't bet more out, doesn't undermine the logic. In fact, that's exactly what model Stolens is all about. Right. So we revise some of the premise. And so they realize, okay, something in the setup needs to go. Right. And the only thing that they notice is that what needs to go is a proportion that they hadn't thought about before. So of course you can use adaptive logic, but it's essentially an overkill.
I see.
Because this is usually just standard, procedure from the classical logic and with their own special issues.
Okay, so that might be just a problem with the particular example that I had in mind. So that might be hostage to that example. But yes, you're quite right that I don't think that they thought that they were thinking. There was some brilliance to thinking in that way, and you have to be a bit of an expert in catalysis to even think that way. So it wouldn't be an ordinary way of thinking. So it does rely on the experience of the, but the logic itself is probably classical. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yes, Catherine. Yes.
Thank you for the talk. I wanted to add something along the lines that was were again, so I'd like to make a comment about the AI part of your talk. So I think that we are probably accepting computers here in humans, and so we have a sort of bias towards thinking that we are smarter, more imaginative, all sorts of nice positive projections can be said. I see that this is sort of a misconception, and I'd like just to give one example where actually AI systems, you didn't actually say whether you are talking about just large language models or AI systems, very broad and large categories. So it's not a language model, but for example, AlphaGo, which is a deep network type of AI system, came up with new strategies that nobody ever imagined as a human. So I think that I certainly made this claim, so there in predictions here. I think that humanity has been overtaken in 1997 by computers and that it didn't really beat getting as far. So I don't know what it's So I wasn't completely clear about where the dialectic was going, but so I'm not sure what you want me to comment on. I think agree with the idea that this image of AI systems that is
more optimistic.
Oh, yes, that's right, because I do think it is, that's right. When I talk to computer scientists, they are more skeptical about these things than, you know, about artificial intelligence than our laymen who don't know as much about the technology. So as you go closer to the expertise in an area, in a technology, then you end up finding more skeptical voices. And it's partly a systemic problem, is that if you want to get funding, you have to kind of overinflate the story. And you overinflate it in the press, and then everybody's excited, and especially your funders are people who are not necessarily experts, and so they will fund you because they get excited. So I think there is an overinflation about the possibilities. There's a lot that we just really don't know. And we can make the predictions that we want. We tend to emphasize the predictions that are positive and not the predictions that are negative. So now, how much over, I don't know, right? I mean, and how you would even measure that, I don't know. So, I mean, time will tell if some of the predictions.
No, another prediction. No. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay.
Ah.
I was thinking about who excited these two and so I need to show you to let me know this 10 minutes if I pass. No, but because I was very mean to him.
So give me more jobs.
Yeah.
Which one presentation?
10 minutes.
And this one. No, it.
Next one. Ah, yes.
Then, because it's slightly short, so when I was talking by then you let me know.
Make a sign. And I'll put a frowny face on it.
That's perfect.
Very good.
So thank you everybody for staying this late and for coming to this venue. I'm really happy to have Diederik here. And well, I'm going to be talking about philosophy of science, a bit of epistemology, a bit about philosophy of science and the relation with adaptive logics. As many of you know, I am not a logician. I am a philosopher of science who weirdly got entangled with some logical problems about inconsistency. And I'm going to be talking mostly about inconsistent science. This is just, thank you, Diederik, for being here. So the thesis that I'm going to be discussing today is more than a thesis, a hypothesis. I've been talking to some of you along the years, and I kept saying that Diederik has, well, adaptive logics have the best framework for addressing inconsistency in science, and people never believe me. And when I press the issue, they ask me what is my idea about what is the advantage of adaptive logics over the alternative frameworks. I can mostly say that it's because as a parallel line of work in epistemology, and particularly in epistemology of science, that has logics have done so far. So I'm going to be about this. This is just a summary of some ideas. And the thesis is that adaptive logics are particularly well suited for modeling and explaining scientific reasoning when using inconsistent information. This is cases of inconsistent science, because they are grounded in a particular rich epistemology of science. I need you to bear with me with some assumptions. These are things that maybe you don't believe, but just pretend that you do. First, scientific reasoning and scientific rationality are optimal cases of ordinary reasoning and human rationality. This is something that epistemologists of science would mostly agree, but if you have some hesitant attitude